Hey, hey, Fuse Boy, how's it going? Might be the first one here. Yeah, I saw that on the patch notes. They added a skin gacha. Like, wow, they really went full Ghost Frontline 1. I'm going real, I did not expect that. Yeah, this is my first time in here, so I decided since I was going to look at this anyways, I must start streaming early. We'll get into the story in about 30 minutes from now. I'm sorry, Dylan, did you just say $150? That sounds so bad, it made my voice go out. That's better. At full 100 payday, quick high skin is $150. Whew. Well, at least it's not as bad as Ghost Frontline 1. I think Ghost Frontline 1 was actually more expensive than that. But that's... for a modern game, that's pretty insane. Because... looking at Nikkei, their max is $60. They ask $60 from you. Man, they are... it's a lot. Was it 2,000? Damn. Yeah, I forgot about that. I just knew it was more. People will spend that money. 1,000,000,000%. That's why they're doing it. Oh, Kakai's animations? I've seen them. Unless there's more than what was in the skin trailer. Oh, rubbing Kukai's feet? Okay. I guess some people would be into that. Well, not some, a lot of you guys, actually. Okay, you say Mika fucked up, but honestly, it's going to be successful. It is going to be successful. So we can't even say that they fucked up. It's going to be us consumers who fucked up because we're going to allow it. It is I, the one person who does not care about it. Hey Nixon, you don't have to self-report. You don't want stones thrown at you. Well, of course they're going to say they're mad, but you know how it is, right? People will be outraged, but then they'll cave in and buy. I've seen it way too many times in other games. The same thing happened in Nikkei too. Everyone was outraged by the skin gacha, or the costume gacha in Nikkei, but it became a normal thing. And actually, it is basically like where most of their money come from, I'm pretty sure it is. Seconds. Oh, is my Twitch not up? It should be. Let's see. It should be. Yes, I hear myself. It should be. No, Twitch is not up? Oh, Recon isn't on Twitch, okay. What I hate is locking skins behind the costume gacha. Everyone hates it. But they're still gonna buy it. That's the thing. Like, it's very predatory. 1,000,000,000%. But people are still gonna use it. And it's still gonna be successful. It's like everyone is gonna be outraged by it, but the money is gonna talk more. Exactly that. It's worse than Nikkei? Absolutely. From what I understand, yeah, it's way worse than Nikkei. They're testing the water to see how far it can go. Now, based on Nikkei, the outrage did make Shift Up do some adjustments. But they didn't get rid of they did not get rid of the gacha at all. It was still $60. Just put more rewards in there for losing the role. The Rayman skin gacha. Yeah, they're 100% testing the waters. Wow, there's a lot more dialogue here than I thought it'd be. Just for the intro. OS gang. Now, you mean EOS or EOS? From Project NeuroCloud. Back. Hello, here. I am there. Yeah, it looks like it. We can play stuff. Wait, everywhere? Yes. We're forward and back and 1 foot forward. This dance pool? I actually don't know. I don't know if that's actually in here. I looked at the home screen and the public room option wasn't there anymore, so I think it got all shuffled in here. This lets me grow my dolls. I am still going to stream global events. Yes, that'll still happen. I was going down the list just so you can see things happen. Smart select. Oh, okay. I like how they got rid of Clorlic. I gotta replace someone who put Clorlic back in. We'll replace you for now. Oh. Okay. It's that and that. There we go. Where's my battle bunny? Quick jump. Thoughts about the new dorm system? I'm checking it right now, so I literally just got in here. So I don't have any opinion yet. Other than that, yay, it's finished. Or halfway finished, I should say. Huh? Clorlic, what are you doing here? I'm checking the security system. There's a sensor that's making the wrong sound when it operates. I need to replace it. I don't think I heard anything. Could it be with those bunny ear decorations of yours? It has nothing to do with that. It's just a decoration. Just because I'm a doll, so I'm a bit more sensitive. Just kidding. Is there anything I can help you with? Mei Ling said to just send replace equipment to the armory corridor. But I haven't finished debugging on my end yet. Alright, I'll take you over for you. But the armory corridor is... Can you just look at the map? The map? You can see the layout of the base on the mini-map, and it also shows the current personnel status. You didn't know that, did you? I know now. Mei Ling has added many fast and convenient operating systems to the base. You can try them out when you have time. No, I'm a little worried. I'd better give you a hands-on experience. Thank you, Krolik. Hey. Interesting what to show you. Since you have time now, please tap on the Go To button to find me. Okay. Krolik, are you? Commander? I'm just confirming the mission information from the dispatch room. Dispatch room? This communication screen can connect to the dispatch room. You must see Mei Ling wasted. The captain told me that the dispatch room's work can be confirmed here. By captain, they mean Groza, by the way. So there's a device like this. This is the first time I've seen it.
Huh?
You don't know? Don't tell me you have to rush back to the command room every time you handle work. That is indeed the case. That's too much trouble. No wonder you hardly ever go back to your room to rest. What do you say? It's nothing. It's just ask our commander. You should master how to use these tools as soon as possible. That way, you can handle your work while maintaining your health. I happen to be free right now, so let me demonstrate that for you. We bang, okay? Oh, so this is reintroducing the dispatch room. Okay, yeah. So anything different here? No, nothing. Yeah, okay. Might as well you do this too. Unlock appearance gacha machine. That's one way to translate that. Can't raise their levels. Oh, she's done though. So there are some cutscenes here, it looks like. Finger code. Let's go here. This is nice. I like being able to move around as a commander. I do like Trace of Steel, the first 3 ones. 4th one's whatever. I think I need to unlock new furniture. Area first. There's probably more tutorial stuff I need to do before I can fully get everything done. But also, it's 3 o'clock now, so we actually do need to get to the story. But let me... Oh, there's the shop here. Let's see. So you have to buy themes. Okay. Ornaments, touch toes. Oh, hey. Okay. Oh, so you can buy these twice a month. That's actually a lot. A lot, as in like that's a lot of months needed to build up. Oh, you get a core though. Hold on, it refreshes. Oh, because the month is about to end. Shoot, which one do I get? I get the permits or the core? The answer is yes. I'll get the permits because there's more ways to get the cores. Yeah, it's easy to get the cores, but I'm actually, since I swapped over to CN and dedicate myself to that, I actually do need a lot of cores right now. Okay, so this is not where the gacha is. So this is weekly. Okay. Fun value. Jukebox? Let me see. That's funny. Of course she's getting drunk. Under maintenance. You might at some point Globus will be spread out to CN. At some point. It won't be anytime soon though. At least from based on what I have seen so far, it's going to at least be walking mode. That's nice. It's going to be at least a year before anything happens. Should be in a lounge. Okay. Oh, there it is. It's locked though. Oh, I need to clean it. Oh, that's easy. Okay. Hello, Nemesis. The wheel of fortune turns, the fruit of wisdom. It's a bit difficult to understand, and it's just language like crawling around. But I'm guessing you're interested in the Resupply Gacha machine? This is the latest model from Polynesa. I heard it's very popular in the Green Zone recently. Ripples of disturbance. Rust-covered bronze. Prizes? The grand prize is a costume exchange ticket, which is said to be very luxurious. It seems Polynesa also put in a lot of decorations that can be used in the base. It seems Mei Ling also added some mementos to enrich the prize pool. City of the desert. The explorer ascends the stairs. Does Nemesis want to give it a try? But according to instructions, this machine requires a license to start. The key, so close. The prophet's guidance. Huh? Could it be Nemesis? You have a license? Then why are you standing there? Go ahead and give it a try. The dance of the stars await the one of destiny. Oh, she's excited. You want me to use it? Alright, since you said so, let's try our luck. Hello. The wheel of fortune spins. Huh. Let's check details. 1.18, 1.21. Fair prices is 12%. Regular is 85. Oh. Does this have lore stuff in here? I think it does. Secret records, yeah. Okay. Available for a limited time. 13%, yeah, we saw that. Prize. Not receive a limited or a rare prize to receive a normal prize. Probability of a normal prize is 85%, yeah. The normal prize is guaranteed 1. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Every 10 visits guarantee a rare or limited prize. The costume Azure track, that is... Not attaining 50 consecutive visits, the probability of attaining it will increase. And is guaranteed within 100 visits. Okay. So, you basically have to pull 50 times. And then there's soft pity. And the soft pity will increase until 100, where 100 is full pity. So you need 100 pulls for hard pity. Well, either way. Sunbathing aim. Well, that's it. Doritos. Pack token. Okay, and what's this one? I'm using useful. Okay. And we get boxes as well. That's good. And this is the exchange shop you can use to buy costumes and accessories. Okay. I mean, to be honest, this is just like Frontline 1 thus far. Except it looks like you can't actually buy the limited item. Or the limited costume. You actually had to engage with the gacha. They keep the weapon doll pull separate, yeah. So I haven't had time to explore everything. I mean, we gotta get to the story, but obviously I can see why people are mad about the costume gacha. I wasn't expecting it personally. That was definitely something that they kept under wraps for as long as they could. So I am surprised they did that, especially since the I think they were doing really good on the skins anyways. Like, people were buying that shit up. But I guess they want more money. You know? But just based on... Oh, that's so nice. But based on what I see now, I do like running around. I do like talking to the dolls. So, at its base layer, I do definitely want to explore this more. Okay. He needs another Ferrari, I know. Alright, last we left off, things are going down. Up is down size? I have not checked. It's on my giant SSD, so I don't really care that much. Good coffee. Miss Wada. I failed my math test again today. Yeah, I have her. It's alright, my lady. The questions must have been too difficult. You don't need to worry about it. I know that, of course. But what am I supposed to tell Dad when I see him this weekend? By the way, Miss Watt, this weekend, is Daddy coming to see me? Mr. Oleg said he has a cocktail party to attend this weekend. So he might not be able to come and see you, miss. But although I really want my dad to come see me, I still think it would be better if he came after my next history grade comes out. That way, Dad can be a little happier, and won't always look so angry when he sees me. Alright, miss. Get ready for bed now. We have to hurry. Oh, this is Frankfurt, isn't it? Yeah, this is Frankfurt. Suddenly, a deafening alarm blared throughout the city, followed by an emergency broadcast. Attention, all residents! This is an air raid siren. The rebel leader has officially declared war on us. Enemy aircraft are approaching the skies over Frankfurt. All citizens proceed immediately to the nearest air raid shelter or underground bunker. Repeat. Air raid siren? It's not one of those things like the fire drills at school, is it? Those are so annoying. They go on for hours. The announcement continued. The butler didn't have time to explain to Orphelia. He quickly, or was it he or she? Because I think I heard a female voice. Let's say he for now. He quickly grabbed the coat and draped it over her, then put on her shoes. Miss, we had to get out here right away. Leave? But it's so late. Where are we going? I have a date with a classmate for crepes tomorrow morning. Oh, it's that new place on the street. You should know it. Miss Volko. Anywhere, as long as we can get out of Frankfurt. Miss, pack your things. Travel light. I'm going to bring the car around now. 5 minutes later, Orphelia sat in the back seat of the car, holding only a rather worn-out bunny doll. Miss Water, can I come back for my things later? I didn't have time to pack my favorite models and dolls in my backpack. That one was a birthday gift from my dad last year. I heard it's a global limited edition. There's no time to worry about that now. Young mistress, please fasten your seatbelt. We need to get out of the city as quickly as possible. The butler stepped on the gas, increasing the driving speed. The road out of the villa area was also very desolate, but after the car got onto the main road, it quickly got stuck in a traffic jam. A chorus of beef sounded from all around. What's going on here? Get a move on! Damn it! How could it break down in time like this? If we're stuck here, everyone will die! Please, hit your ride! I'm begging you! Miss Water, shouldn't we give that person a ride? There's room in the car. No, people take advantage of the chaos and to rob others. Young mistress, no matter what, I must prioritize your safety. Please sit tight. I'm going to. Last image in Orphelia's eyes was a massive fire engulfing the earth. Then, sound and color completely disappeared from her world. A vast expanse of white. It was not light, not snow, nor a sea of clouds. It was a void. The girl walked forward. She wanted to find an exit, but there was no direction here, no space, and she could not feel any weight. Where am I? Miss Volkov? Hey, is anyone here? Orphelia started running. Here, although she felt no fatigue, an inexplicable fear welled up in her heart. As I thought, am I already dead? I don't want to die. I haven't had that delicious crap yet. She reaches out her hand as if trying to grasp something. Oh, it's so white I didn't see it. Perhaps a god heard her prayers, or perhaps some supreme being was willing to bestow its mercy. When Orphelia opened her hand, she found a seed in her palm. The seed took root in her palm, sprouting and extending its branches. Following the extending vines, she saw a city. A green pulse throbbed between the steel jungle, neon lights and tree branches intertwined, like colorful stars dotting a green field. The halo of color before her, whether from lights or the moon, reflected on the buildings that breathed along with photosynthesis. In the transparent pipes, liquid flowed endlessly, transporting nutrients to supply the city. Then, the world slowly unfolded before her. That's Helena. That's Helena's voice. Hey, want to play together? Who are you? I don't have a name yet. But you can think of me as a human living here. I've been here for too long. So, I want a playmate. Can you stay and play with me? Stay? But where is this place? I don't have to explain this to you. It's probably a place like heaven. But I don't want to stay in heaven. The head maid said that heaven was a place where only dead people go. The girl let out a fit of laughter. Orphelia didn't understand why she was laughing, but not wanting to be looked down upon, she straightened her back. And my dad, he's still waiting for me to come home. I don't want to keep him waiting too long. It's okay. Time just doesn't seem to flow here. When you have enough fun, I'll send you home, okay? In that case... Can you take me to eat crepes? You know what a crepe is? It's a dessert with cream in. The girl shook her head in confusion. But you've been given the chance to enter this place. The chance to touch the truth. And the thing you want to do is eat crepes? Orphelia tilted her head and thought for a moment. And can you make me pass math? Oh, she really is a kid. This way, I won't have to make Dad angry again next time I see him. Since you think this is so important, I promise you. I remember math is a fundamental rule, right? Once you go back, you won't have to worry about your math grades anymore. Why do people not get that? Hey, I was stating as a matter of fact. The girl smiled meaningfully, as if she found this very interesting. If you learn math, maybe one day you can come back here again. When that time comes, let's play together again. After an unknown amount of time, an unfamiliar voice rang in her ears. Voice? This person's still alive! Quick! Take the car door apart! Alright, I'm coming. Don't worry, we got you. It's a miracle. That area was directly hit by a missile, and everyone around died. The driver of this kid's car didn't make it either. Her. Also, I love math. I blame my dad for that, because my dad loves math. So I got it from him. Lucky. Where am I? That beautiful world before. Was I dreaming? It feels like a long, long time has passed. Right, Miss... Dad? First place is Orphelia again. A near perfect answer sheet. At least no rooms for others to survive. This goes on, my guaranteed admission spot would be in jeopardy. Seriously, why is it like this? It's so annoying. Wait, aren't you good friends with Orphelia? Or Orpheline? Why are you still... Who wants to be friends with an arrogant rich girl like her? She stole the entire school spotlight. Standing next to her, I'm just a sidekick. Yeah. She's not from our world anyway. Trying to be friends with her is just asking for humiliation. I don't care. I don't need any friends. Just need to be good enough. Dad, I got into their early entrance program at Johns Hopkins University. Shouldn't you be taller now? Or did you win full super genius? Is that so? You did a good job. As expected of my daughter. Let's go and celebrate together, okay? I have so many places I want to go with Dad. The theater, the race course, and the amusement park. I'm very busy. I don't have time for these childish recreational activities. But on the day you start school, I can attend your opening ceremony. Really? Great, thanks, Dad. When the time comes, we'll get a few media outlets to come over and pretend to be doing a street interview. Then we'll issue a press release with the title, "The Rising Star of the Girard Group." My genius daughter getting to Hopkins Academy will surely generate anticipation within the industry. He's like, that's not what I want. By the way, Orphelia, have you chosen a research direction? Of course, I wanna... Let's start with our group's largest business segment, biotechnology. After you graduate, you can directly join a laboratory under the Girard Group. Once you master the core technology, I will also have a greater say on the board of directors. But Orphelia, you're my daughter. Don't disappoint me. Okay. I will definitely not disappoint you. Orphelia, why did you choose such an obscure branch of plant science? With your performance, you would have a bright future in any proper discipline. Sounds like my Asian parents. Because plants are interesting. And maybe with my involvement, it won't be such an obscure branch anymore. Oh no, I know it's a thing. I'm sorry, I still find it funny though. That's how much of a meme it is. With my intelligence, I will definitely lead this discipline to glory. Fair enough. Since you decided, I'll respect your choice. You become a world-renowned scientist in the future? Don't forget me, your teacher. Of course. Watching her mentor departing back, Orphelia muttered to herself in a low voice. Why? Right, because I want to recreate that perfect green world. That utopia with no radiation, no war, only peace and prosperity. If I can achieve it, I will surely gain everyone's approval. Then I can have everything. Ms. Orphelia, we detected an electrical discharge phenomenon in the embryo of the culture disk E0398934, which indicates a breakthrough in your experiment. That's great. As expected of you, miss. Both the experimental data and the research methods are things only a genius could come up with. I told you, as long as you do as I say, you'll definitely succeed. You all just wait and see how I'll lead you to greatness. Miss Orphelia, I'm sorry to disturb you. A lady named Chiloveig says she has an appointment to visit you. Are you available to meet with her now? Chiloveig? Right, she's a scientist who said she read my published paper, found a perspective novel, and wanted to visit. I'm in a good mood today, so I suppose I can deign to meet her. Chiloveig, the experimental principle you just mentioned, could you repeat that? You said just now that in order to realize my vision, we need to integrate that. What was it? Will this be dangerous? It's gene editing technology. I'm using the internationally certified CRISPR system, so there's no need to worry about safety. We can take a fragment from the E0398934 specimen plant, introduce a piece of genetic source code that I've edited, and then re-implant it. This way, it will absorb radiation normally and release energy when it blooms. How about that? Isn't it amazing? Chiloveig smiled, her patient expression like that of a kindergarten teacher teaching a young child. I see. But... my lady, what are you worried about? If you keep hesitating, you won't be able to finish all of the experimental preparations before the Jiraku's next quarterly financial report is released. But the risk of gene editing experiments are high, right? If something goes wrong, I'm worried. Are you worried about causing us trouble? Or are you worried about your father? Don't worry. As long as you have that genius brain of yours, even if you run into any problems, you'll definitely be able to solve them smoothly. Of course I know that. But my mentor once told me that science has no stance. So often, it's up to us, as scientists, to control the direction of events. This experiment involves the future of all of Lviv. I want to be more cautious. What an unexpectedly old-fashioned argument. Little Orphelia, as a scientist, if you are too principled, you'll be trapped by your principles one day. Chiloveig, I know you helped me a lot, and you know more than I do. But this is the one thing I want to insist on. Alright, so what do you want to do? I want all the programs in this project to be compiled with a designated code, and every process in the experiment must also be set to be initiated by my biometric information. As long as I think there's a problem, the experiment can be terminated at any time. Is that not okay? Alright. We'll do it your way. Is that okay? I was just trying to be helpful and move this plan along faster. Yeah. Thank you, Chiloveig. Right. Since the experimental plan for the whole project is set, we should give it a nice name. After all, calling it that project all day is not elegant at all. Name. Eden Project. How about that? After the experiment succeeds, not only will everyone be able to live a better life, I can also return to that paradise. Eden Project. What a great name. As expected, a little Orphelia. There, people lived a carefree life. Everyone was full of wisdom, beautiful and flawless. Chiloveig's voice grew quieter and quieter, the last few sentences almost a whisper. Until someone stood up and took the forbidden fruit from that tree. I took out a few scattered elids along the way and brought Orphelia into Chiloveig's lab. Alba and the supporting members of Squad 404 were lying in front of the console, the visual modules lifeless. I bet Sabrina took the fruit. No one responded. Orphelia was at a loss, wanting to help, but it was clear she knew nothing about doll technology. Judging by their performance, they must have crashed due to the data stream impact. What should I do? Have you been here before? No, I've only been to her other lab. The equipment there was very simple and the scale was not as large as this one. But if you look closely, the equipment is indeed very similar to the one in that lab. Rather, the layout here is almost an enlarged version of the one over there. That's right, all the equipment is connected to the plant culture dishes over there. It's the bioelectricity generated in these culture dishes that's supplying power to Helena. By the way, this is my very first experiment. Do you have a way to sever the connection between these plants and the experiment? From the information Alva and the others sent back, it seems if we can cut them off, we can stop this experiment. Orphelia didn't answer me, as if she had discovered something. She ran towards the depths of the lab after checking the device's connection port. I quickly followed her. The depths of the lab seemed like a different space from what I had just seen. It was regularly surrounded by plants and vines. Countless strange and vibrant plants I had never seen before enveloped the entire lab, as if following some kind of law. At this moment, the leaves on the plant were swaying with a rhythm like a heartbeat, as if responding to invisible command. The huge experimental bench was filled with experimental equipment and petri dishes, a tube extended from each device, seemingly leading to something glowing in the depths of the lab. I looked in the direction the tubes extended, but the light here was very dim, and the tangled vines made it impossible for me to see what that thing was. Data scrolled continuously on the wall-mounted display, like a monitoring device for something. Orphelia stared at the lines of code like text, her face suddenly turning pale. No, this is impossible. Why? Chiloveig, why did you do this? Is it really worth to enter Nirvana? What happened? Orphelia didn't answer me. She pushed aside the pile of vines and jogged towards the point of light. We entered the room woven from vines. In the center of the room was a jar of biological experiments, and in the center of the jar, a fist-sized object floated in the translucent solution. It was a living brain. It slowly released a pale blue electric current, seemingly transmitting some data to the instrument it was connected to. An indescribable sense of unease began to spread within me. Its surface was not the grayish white of human tissue, but a sickly bluish green, as if covered in moss. The moss-like things were embedded in the crevices of the brain, seemingly parasiting in an unnatural way. The brain floating in the solution seemed to be writhing slowly, but when I focused on it, it seemed to be still. Chiloveig used her own brain as a data processing center for the entire lab? So the Nita body, that's just her shell. This brain? That's her real body? No wonder she could never be killed. The Nitas I've seen before, no matter how strong, at least they weren't like Chiloveig. Nita? That's right. There isn't just one like Chiloveig. Or rather, there are many people like her in this world, selling one's soul in exchange for immortality, willingly falling from grace. But I think that as long as I destroy the brain in this jar, I can kill her completely. I pull out my pistol and aim at the jar. No hesitation. So of course it's not going to work. I empty the mag of my pistol into the glass jar, but the jar didn't break, not even a single crack. Damn it. The jar is glowing. An intense pain felt like it was striking my soul directly. The dazzling light emitted by the brain in the jar seemed to be able to pierce my skin. The dazzling light blinded me. I tried to raise my hand, but my body was completely out of my control. Are you alright? Go, quickly! Orphelia looked at my pain expression and held onto my other arm tightly. Can't do anything! Get out of here! You saved my life, and I don't like owing anyone anything. I'm a genius! There must be a way to save you! Orphelia struggled to slowly shield me, the light causing her extreme pain as well. But she walked into the light step by step, the pain behind her lessened, but I seemed to be hearing things. Don't come over here. You still have things you must do. Breathing became increasingly difficult, my vision blurred. I could feel something gradually contracting, slowly and firmly dragging my spirit somewhere. In my last moments of consciousness, I saw Orphelia completely engulfed in light, disappearing into the void. The pain from the light vanished, and with it, my consciousness. Alright, so what happened? Lineisha, we know. Just let us be stupid, thanks. The brain is such a magical thing. The more you stimulate it, the higher its threshold becomes, until finally, no matter what the seamless, it can no longer cause it to fluctuate, just like I am now. Chiloveig rolled her sleeves, showing her scarred arms to the other person. So, so, Dr. William, I want to experience death. I want to know the subtle tremors transmitted by neurons before death, the calm and detachment brought by endorphins at the time of death, and the various changes that occur in the body after brain activity completely ceases. Can you help me fulfill this wish? Chiloveig sat on the operating table. She opened her fingers, looked at her palm, and turned her hand over to look at the back. Doesn't seem like much has changed. I thought something more interesting would happen. The figure in the shadows coldly handed a pistol. I'm coming to kill you! Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system. Riot. Ah, right, Dr. William. You really did operate on me, didn't you? You're not lying to me, are you? What? Are you scared? Scared? Of course not. I long heard of your great name and those amazing experimental projects. I'm just worried I won't be able to capture the feeling. After an initial hesitation, Chiloveig's expression turned to one of surprised delight, and she took the pistol. After fiddling with it for a bit, she loaded a bullet into the chamber and then pressed the muzzle to her head. How wonderful! Through this ritual, I will journey to a world unknown to man. All who have gone before have been left in the past. But I, and only I, have earned the right to return. I will carefully record the sensations of this moment. This is a realm no one has ever touched. I can foresee that in the future, I will pioneer a whole new science. Come, sweet death. Chiloveig kicked her chair with interest and turned to face the doctor. Nirvana? What's that? A place between life and death converge. You'll find many things that interest you inside. You're a true genius, so I believe you can find a way to get there. Huh? You really do know me. Can you tell me? Why do you want me to go to Nirvana? If it's as wonderful as you say, why don't you go there yourself? I have my own reasons, of course. If you're not willing to do this for me, I can find someone else. Oh, don't be angry. I'm just a little curious. Don't be curious about things you can't handle. It'll only bring a disaster. Alright. So, how'd I get there? I will help you find the key. But the path there, you must find it on your own. Therefore, I want you to visit someone. Who? Someone who has been there before. I finally did it! I finally come to this gathering place of life and death. It took a whole 10 years. This wonderful feeling. I can feel something flowing, washing over the folds of my cerebral cortex. Chiloveig opened her eyes. The world around her suddenly began to twist and change, gradually losing its original shape, then reassembled into a brand new, strange scene. Hey, this looks familiar. Her senses suddenly went blank, like a television with no signal. After an unknown amount of time, new senses began to awaken. She found she could see the sound of the spring, hear the color of the world. Hear the color of the world, huh? And by reaching out her hand, she could touch a wonderful thought she never had imagined. This is the Nirvana space. Truly magnificent. When I get out of here, I'm gonna write 5 whole papers to describe my experiences and feelings in here. Chiloveig walked forward. A gate suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. I see. So this is just the entrance. What is the world inside already like? It's so exciting to think about. Chiloveig reached out her hand. Who said that? You are not qualified to enter. Chiloveig turned around. The girl's long dress trailed on the floor, and her gaze towards her was cold and empty. Who are you? You don't need to know. Leave this place. Chiloveig didn't realize what she was facing. She walked forward stubbornly, step by step, approaching the gate. But the distance to the gate didn't shorten one bit. What the hell? What's going on? Let me in. Inside the gate, there must be many, many things that are exciting and thrilling. Hurry up! I can't wait anymore! I'm a true genius! Compared to that idiot who keeps calling herself a genius, I'm so much smarter! Just let me in, and I'll definitely be able to glimpse the true meaning of life and death and truly change this world! What are you laughing at? Knowledge is a curse. Talent is a curse. You don't even understand that. You don't even see things as clearly as that Miss Orphelia you look down on. What? Don't joke around. I worked so hard, using my own intelligence to manipulate her, and I finally reached this gate. I'm about to realize my wish. How could I possibly be inferior to that idiot? Because from the moment you tried to peek at your own destiny, you lost the right to enter this gate. Everything you've done has been meaningless. Disqualified? What do you mean? I am immortal. I have achieved what no human in this world can, so of course I am more qualified than anyone to enter Nirvana. Hey, answer me! You're not immortal. You are just a pitiful wretch who dares not to look at herself. The voice and the gate in front of Chiloveig disappeared together. She searched around blankly. After realizing all her efforts were in vain, she sat down on the ground dejectedly. How? How can this be? My efforts? They were Or nothing? Impossible. Chiloveig sat there the whole time. Perhaps only a minute had passed, or perhaps 10 years. She finally stood up. Yes. No, it's okay. This is just a single, accidental failure. I have already achieved immortality. Time can no longer affect me. So, in the future, I'll have many more chances. Yeah. Why should I be troubled by this insignificant setback? Even a genius can make mistakes. Chiloveig chuckled and turned away awkwardly. But she didn't know when, but another person had appeared behind her. Why are you here? How do you get in? This is a path I found! You infuriating idiot! Get out! This place. This is what I saw! Hey, Orphelia. Nice to see you here. What? Why are you the only one who can see it again? So that's how it is. I understand completely now. You stole the knowledge I obtained from the ruins to open this passage. Of course I have the right to enter. You sent to fulfill your childish wishes, and then make me bear countless blood and sins. Now I have to kill the only person who ever tried to stop me. Orphelia watched her quietly. She stepped forward, approaching Chiloveig, who was backing away step by step in fear of her. So, I'm here to reclaim everything. Biki Kong, your yandere is calling. I think it's actually Nature who told Commander to not enter, actually. Probably because if he did, he wasn't coming back. Commander, don't enter. I'm not letting you leave if you do. Underground in Lviv, Chiloveig's laboratory was reduced to ruins in this fierce battle between Igla and Voimosina. Every time Igla's wings rose and fell, they kicked up a vortex comparable to a storm. Voimosina weaved through those vortexes like a ship sailing against the winds and waves. She didn't have much ammo left, so every shot had to precisely hit the greatest threat before her. She didn't want to waste bullets unless absolutely necessary. Voimosina above you! Hearing Gross's warning, Voimosina leaped up and clung into Igla's raised wing. Perhaps because its control over this body wasn't precise enough, the mutated Gen 3 doll's hand swiped at Voimosina had been, but missed. But she clearly felt something hanging on the edge where the flesh and bone of her wing connected, so with a slight shake, she flung Voimosina against the glass wall behind her. The reinforced glass shattered under the weight of Voimosina's heavy body. Her body and the glass fragments flew backward, rolling across the lab floor until they slammed into the wall behind her, creating a large crater before coming to a stop. Igla then bent down, facing the broken glass wall in the direction Voimosina had been thrown. She searched for Voimosina's figure through the shattered glass. She did it on purpose. Void Monster's in trouble. A giant hand reaches into the lab. Though it's too dark to see Void Monster's exact location, it's clear that Igla had grown tired of being harassed by this T-doll, buzzing around like a V. Thanks for the membership, Dylan. I forgot that was a thing. That threw me off guard. He plans to use this move to trap Void Monster in the lab and annihilate her. Although the lab is cramped and her tentacles are useless, it's like trapping a bee in a jar first, making it easy to catch later. To avoid being detected, Void Monster hugged the wall, treading as lightly as possible, dodging the large, grasping hand that was searching for prey, and reached the vicinity of the lab door. Does that sound for Helena? No, it wasn't that. It's from an anime. The door had no handle. 2 automatic sliding doors were tightly shut. Void Monster tried to pry open the gap between the doors with her fingers, but the gap was not wide enough for her to get a grip and force the doors open. Colpin, see if you can open the door from the outside. Okay. Colpin leaped up 3 platforms in a row, arriving near the room where Void Monster was. After investigating the large door, she discovered a biometric scanner at the top. Captain, it's a biolock. Should I crack it? Gross the visual module locked into the room where Void Monster was. The large hand had already backed Void Monster into a corner, leaving her almost no room to dodge. From now on, Void Monster could fall into Igla's hands at any moment. There's no time. Let's use brute force. Void Monster, I'm planting explosives on the wall about 1.5 meters to the right of the door. It will detonate in about 30 seconds. Can you hold on? Of course. The lights in the last suspended corridor flickered. As Colfine spoke, she had already taken out explosives from behind her back and started planting them. Igla turned to a monster? Yes. In the shadows on the other side of the wall, Void Monster dodged with a dexterity that belied her frame, narrowly avoiding the searching fingers once again. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4. Just as the explosives was about to detonate, a faint sound came from under Void Monster's feet. Unbeknownst to her, she had been forced back to the spot where she had crashed a large hole in the wall. A piece of brick rubble rolled under her foot, and she accidentally stepped on it while focusing all her attention on retreating cautiously. Igla's hand suddenly stopped searching. The scene descended into chaos in an instant. The sound of Void Monster's gunfire, the explosion of explosives, and the sound of Igla's large hand sweeping across the floor all rang out at the same time, turning the previously silent underground lab into a boiling cauldron. Just as Igla's fingers were about to touch Void Monster's body, the AK-15 assault rifle fired a burst of bullets, unbelievably blowing off 2 of Igla's huge fingers. Blood splattered in the room's walls, staining the snow-white walls a terrifying deep red. Igla let out a painful howl. In pain, she frantically searched every corner of the lab, smearing long trails of blood on the floor. Void Monster took the opportunity to escape through the hole Colpin had blown open. Igla seems enraged. Colpin, Void Monster, I'm afraid we'll have to find a way to confront this thing head on. It's okay. Racco's almost here. What? But we haven't been able to contact Monsoon Squad yet. Before Void Monster could explain, Colpin's ancient shout echoed from the distance. Captain, it's bad! Seems a whole bunch of elites have been disturbed and are now rushing this way. Our manpower and ammo are limited. Avoid a direct confrontation. Let's figure out a way to get away first. Commander, as the battle situation changes, some battles will require the deployment of designated dolls. Oh. Interesting, okay. The designated doll has already been pre-deployed on the field, but you can replace her with a doll you have already attained. Yeah, this has already been a thing. I mean, my Groza and Kolfin are not built, so I guess this works. Is there room for deployment? Oh, you can use 5? Okay. I was not expecting Yuhi to actually get a turn in. He's dumbass just dancing. Under Gross's cover, Kolfin and Voimosna broke through the encirclement, and the three of them regrouped on the platform. Although Voimosna was out of ammo, she was still unstoppable with her melee weapons and martial arts. However, the Frenzy Eaglet was clearly not someone the three of them could handle easily. Having had her fingers shot off by 2 bursts of bullets from Voimosna, Eaglet was roaring and destroying everything around her, with bricks and tiles constantly falling and scattering. With a loud boom, the pillar connecting the platform heads was snapped by a vine-like tentacle extending from Eaglet. This place is collapsing! Jump the other platform! The three of them sprinted. Voimosna jumped first, followed closely by Groza, but Kolfin, limited by her size, was a step behind. Oh. Kolfin's fingers scraped the edge of the platform as she plummeted from the several dozen meter high platform. Directly below her was a pile of Elis constantly trying to climb out, and the ground covered in vine-like tentacles. Yeah, that's a death pit. Voimosna, who had already safely reached the opposite platform, immediately stopped and ran back towards the edge of the platform. Then she quickly dodged the tentacles coming at her, leaping towards something flying through the air. Cell phone, no! Oh shit. Okay. When did you get that? Or rather, I should say, when did that come in through the I guess that's the reinforcements. A familiar man's voice came from Waymasa's communicator. How's it, Waymasa? Not bad, right? Too slow, Kevin. Sorry. Nails? I still want to say Neela, honestly. But saying nails? I don't know. David. So, Nell? I still pronounce the same. I don't know, this one always bothered me. I never can make heads or tails of what her nickname is pronounced as. It's like Neela, Nele, Nails. They're normal, but which one is normal? Pounds of comp. The first time I saw something like this, so it was a bit clumsy. That's why it took a while. In any case, just make good use of the last legacy of Dr. Shaw. Probably Neela. Yeah, that's what I usually say. But yeah. Waymasna put on her mech suit, used the thrusters on it to quickly descend, and grab Kolfien's arm. Then she grabbed a light. Then she gave a light toss and threw Kolfien back onto the platform. Then she easily swept away the swarming elids, clearing the obstacle in front of her. At the same time, there was finally a response from Groza's communicator. Miss Groza, I finally found you! Diane, what's your position? It's chaotic outside right now. We saw things getting bad and moved to the crack in the ground. Okay, that's what she said. Monsu Squad has arranged an escape route. All members have reached the area above the underground lab. Please issue your orders. It's not time to evacuate yet. We need to wait for news for the commander. But there are other things I need you to do. Everything in Ghost Frontline 1 came back, including this game gacha. Waymasna, how do you need to cooperate with you? Waymasna activated the scanning control on her mech. The control happened to be compatible with the Wolf's Eye system in her body, allowing it to be activated to its maximum power. That's right, this was the invention of Samantha Shaw, the developer of the Defy Squad. With the help of the Wolf's Eye system, Voimosna can clearly see every meridian and blood vessel in Igla's huge, fleshy body. Seeing her bodily fluids flowing quietly, and then see the real body hidden under the huge shell. The real body's inside. I need to find a way to get close to her and kill the thing inside. You just need to destroy her visual system. Which the Shaw had us back this entire time? Apparently so. Can you do it? Of course. Help me and everyone in Monsoon's squad. The objective is to destroy the enemy's visual system and cover Voimosna's approach. Yeah, it was probably unfinished, yeah. And then Neela completed it. That's probably what happened. I can still... 6? First time we had 6. Oh, you're level 25. Oh. I can't replace her. Oh, yes, I did. Hold on. I did. Never mind. I did. All combat units advance according to preset Route A. Understood. Starting. I'll get rid of everything that stands in the commander's way. Wrong target. I thought she was gonna one-shot and that was it. Oh, there we go. Is that a collapse crystal? Collapse crystals actually appeared in the light zone. We're here too. The commander and others would be alright, won't they? I'll find a way to destroy it. Ugh! All units, be advised, a large number of collapse crystals have appeared nearby, which could have a negative impact on this area. Nothing's starting to move too. Everyone be careful. Objective survive. Yeah, sure. We'll do that. Oh my god, I love you, E. I fucking love AK-15. Above you! What do you mean it should have been you? What are you talking about? Igla's main body was dragged out by the shell of by Boy Masuna and thrown to the ground. The bloody body of the third gen doll slammed into the already dilapidated ground, raising countless clouds of blood-red dust mixed with dirt. After the violent impact, Igla's consciousness seemed to return. She struggled to her feet, seeming to want a final showdown with Boy Masuna. You lost. Not yet. I thought it was her that shot her, but no, apparently not. A bullet from the unknown source pierced Igla's core. She fell backward, her scattered hair like a thin morning mist, passing through the dawn of Lviv. All squads, maintain alert! Just as everyone was looking around warily, a drone of unknown affiliation suddenly flew towards them. The dolls raised their guns in unison, aiming at the approaching drone. After a brief standoff, it didn't open fire on them, but hovered in mid-air and opened its claws underneath. The tips of its claws hooked into Igla's body, and then quickly ascended, disappearing from everyone's sight. Should we follow? The commander and others are still inside. The situation is probably not looking good. We'll head deep into the lab first, and prioritize rescuing the commander. So, the way how they designed that boss fight, finally, it looks like something that would be interesting if they actually, if they actually make a hard mode version of it, which they have, obviously, but we gotta wait for it to be unlocked. Maybe this will be an actually good Gunsmoke Frontline map, if they ever decide to do it. Don't worry, they will. She suddenly opened her eyes. She seemed to have had a long and terrible dream, in which someone wanted to lock her up and conduct some kind of experiment. Oh, I know this place. Hold on. I need to shut the fuck up for a moment. Yeah, this is exactly the place. This is Nirvana, more or less. This grandma's house. Yeah, this is like Chiepti's version, but maybe they share the same version. Okay, let me... She seemed to have had a long and terrible dream in which someone wanted to lock her up and conduct some kind of experiment and she couldn't understand. The lab was deep and cold, and there was a woman named Chiloveig who was laughing maniacally. But fortunately, she tried to wake up. As long as she wakes up, that terrible dream won't come true. Did you go out again? If teacher isn't here, it's very boring alone. She stared blankly at the complex text on the whiteboard. It was the knowledge the teacher had long told her about, a part of what made up this world. The teacher had told her that once she learned this knowledge, she could truly leave this place. Right now, she's not very interested in those things. She looks around, but her teacher is nowhere to be found in any of the rooms. Although her teacher told her not to wander off, she can't suppress her curiosity and wants to go have a look. Unconsciously, she walks out of the manor and arrives in an unfamiliar place. Ah, his teacher's lab! She reaches out and touches the green field before her. She is surprised to find that as she does, the surrounding plants seem to move as if commanded, the vines turning into musical staves, and the green leaves into jumping notes. She waves her fingers, enjoying a long-lost freedom. She moved through the green fields like an elf. There was no wind, no light, and no sound here. She ran for a long, long time, yet it seems she would never feel tired. It wasn't until her vision began to blur, leaving only a vast expanse of white nothingness, that she realized she had run to the edge of this area. To her surprise, a bewildered little girl was standing there. She had never seen anyone here besides the teacher. But she possessed knowledge. She immediately deduced that this little girl must be a human, just like her teacher. So she tried to speak. Want to play together? Who are you? I don't have a name yet. But you can think of me as a human living here. I've been here for too long. So I want a playmate. You Can you stay and play with me? So in the world you live in, you don't even have crepes? But I've seen them in the books that my teacher gave me. You've only seen them? That's so sad. Why don't you come over to my house? I can treat you to all kinds of crepes. Hearing this, she seemed to have suddenly remembered something and stood up abruptly. I should be going back. If I make teacher wait too long, I'll get scolded. And I had a lot of fun. Now, it's time to keep my promise and send you back. Are you sure you don't want to come over to my place? This is a world without even crepes. She's really stuck on that. No can do. Her expression started to become serious, startling the little Orphelia. If I leave you here, or if I leave here, I won't be able to take you home. Just like that dream. I can't let your death become real. Orphelia tilted her head, seemingly not understanding what the other person was saying. But it didn't matter anymore. The next moment, the world before Orpheline's eyes began to crumble, gradually dissolving into a blur of colors, finally becoming a bottomless abyss. I hope we never see each other again, my dear friend. Orphelia, or Orpheline, man, translations. Am I dreaming again? Helena had some trouble telling which side was real and which was a dream. Just a moment ago, she remembered playing with a little girl somewhere for a very long time. She told the little girl many things and even invited her to eat something called a crepe. Is this really just a dream? Or did these things actually happen? Helena didn't know. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. She's lost. She needs to get back to the commander as soon as possible. Needs to find her dad! Helena stood up and ran forward without stopping. Here, she didn't seem to get tired. After running for a long time, she still hadn't seen anyone else. Everyone, where'd you all go? Just as she was starting to feel lost, Helena was surprised to hear a voice in the distance. So, I'm here to reclaim everything. Possible. The Nirvana space has been opened. No matter how hard you tried, the vid will never be restored. And those who died would never come to life. Orphelia didn't answer. Her face got closer and closer until Chiloveig could see her own reflection in her pupils. Chiloveig instinctively wanted to run away, but no matter which direction she ran, she would eventually end back in front of Orphelia. It's no use. I told you, my rules apply here. You're just an intruder. What do you want? To end everything and restore the world to its original state, including that paradox you shouldn't have touched. Immortality. Immortality? Helena has heard this word. Orphelia and Chiloveig turned their heads at the same time to look at the little girl who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It's you! Subject of the Kawita experiment, Helena. Numbers 043. No. You already consumed that key! How could you possibly be here? You're still as fierce as before. Helena instantly hid behind Orphelia. But the moment she looked up, she seemed to have discovered something. It's you! You've grown up! I see. So at that time, I was able to survive. It's because of you. Okay, what in 2 plus 2 equals 4. This is the same Helena that was in Nirvana. But then how was she pulled out? Or was she pulled out? Was she just a fragment? Yeah, so she was in Nirvana in Ghost Frontline 1. Then somehow she got pulled out. Dylan, shut the fuck up! Stop trying to throw hints! I'm sorry, I did something to hurt you. It's okay, even though I didn't know what happened. But Helena seems to be having a lot of fun. Orphelia turned her head to look at Chiloveig. Doesn't mean she stayed here. Because of her, I came here. Chiloveig, you're the only one who's redundant. You want to experience death, but you don't want to pay the price. But now, you have only attained a false death and a fragmented immortality. Who told you these things? I told you. You used my knowledge. So in front of me, you have no more secrets. I'm looking at you like a compiler looking at the genes she's written. No matter what phenotype these genes express, I can associate them with their corresponding code. You should understand this feeling, right? Orphelia smiled at her. Chiloveig knew she was referring to her creation of 043. But she didn't want to talk anymore. Because no matter what was said, it was useless to the Orphelia before her. Now she could only tremble and await her judgment. But Orphelia said no more to her. She looked at Helena and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. This time, it's my turn to take you home. Ooh, one color! You should leave with me too. This time we can go eat crepes together. No, Helena. You should know, right? I saw something I shouldn't have 10 years ago. I was never supposed to leave this place. But because of you, I became a recipient. A lucky one who could return. You bore my sins before. Now it's time to repay them. I don't understand. It's okay. Right now, you just don't realize the importance to the selves who can hear your voice. When they all return to one, you will naturally understand. At that time, you must protect that person. Only then will you have the chance to write the future of the world. A door appeared behind Helena. But aren't you coming with me? I've seen the real future, so I can't go back anymore. Hurry up. The commander is still waiting for you. I'll tell the commander everything. Everyone will definitely remember you. Orphelia smiled and nodded. Mr. Intrinsic, I know who you're talking. I know who you're referencing there. That's why I'm laughing. But she knew that as soon as Helena walked out that door, she would forget everything she had experienced here. Because this was not the real world. But it didn't matter. Someone who has done such a thing doesn't deserve to be remembered by anyone. After watching Helena leave, Orphelia turned to Chiloveig. Alright, so you're going to, like, decapitate her, right? He took her trembling hand. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. Whether you seek eternal life or death, at the boundary between this Nirvana space and reality, all wishes can be fulfilled. Don't you wish to become a recipient? One lamb left here is enough. However... But... What? To change, you also need to pay a price. This is the path a recipient must walk. Come on. No! I don't want to! I'm not screaming that loud, guys. I'm sorry. I can't voice act that hard. Orphelia held onto Chiloveig, who struggled to escape, but it was all in vain. And so Orphelia took her hand and walked towards the edge of the void, falling straight down. Everything slowly disappeared, leaving only a blank space. Commander! Orphelia is about to turn into a crack. I finally woke up. Helena? How did you escape? On the way here, the vines that supported this place was gradually disappearing. So we broke the experimental device and rescued Miss Helena. I looked down and saw that the jar containing Chiloveig's brain had lost its plant connection and had fallen to the ground. The brain, exposed to the air, was gradually turning a necrotic black. Beside me, the mecha-clad Void Masna easily lifted me onto her shoulder. Alba, Klukai, and the others who had been hit by the data stream also gradually came to. Thank goodness. Everyone's okay. This place is about to collapse. I had to get you out of here immediately. No, wait. Where's Orphelia? She was just next to me. Sorry, sir. We only found you. But Orphelia was right here. Rosa and Void Masna exchanged a silent glance. Commander? Who is Orphelia? What? I looked at Groza in confusion. She had been by my side the entire time we were entering Lviv, so it was impossible for her to not know who Orphelia was. Could it be that something happened to them outside just now, causing their neurocloud data to be corrupted? I looked at Alba. Alba, you didn't see Orphelia either? Orphelia, I don't recall that name at all. What on earth just happened? The urgent situation before me left no room for careful thought. I had to act now. That's the first. I'm going to look again. Oh! She's still in the mech, okay. I thought she got out by now. It's too late. We must have glanced at the radar. The elites below are catching up. Even in the deepest part of the underground lab, I could hear the roars of the elite from a distance. The roaring sound grew closer and closer, as if it was about to break through the wall and reach me. But no, I can't leave her here alone. Commander? And even if she is dead, there should at least be a body. I searched around for Orpheline's figure, but as Groza and the others said, it really did look like I was the only one here. The first wave of elites will arrive in 2 minutes. I give up so easily. Everyone, please hold off a little longer, about 5 minutes. Take me on patrol around here. Find a way to look at Orphelia. Yes. And they don't agree with my methods, but I see. Boy Masa didn't retort or show any dissatisfaction, just stared ahead resolutely. Everyone, let's buy the commander some time together. The elites will swarm and from directly below us, from the corridor at our 8 o'clock, and from the laboratory at 2 o'clock. Don't let them in this room. Yeah, so basically Orphelia was erased from the timeline. Or, I guess it could be one of two things. Oh, are we done? Okay, never mind, no. It's like... Okay. Yeah, it can go one of two ways. The first is that she was erased from the timeline, or now that she's in Nirvana now, the timeline we are in adjusted itself to account for her no longer existing. Speaking of avoid Masa's mecha, I've made a full patrol around the entire underground lab. I'm gonna kick all of your asses. Stop trying to vague post. But before I passed out, Orphelia, who was clearly with me, seemed to have vanished in thin air. Commander, we had to leave. What could this be? Orphelia, where are you? Answer me! I yelled for Orphelia, hoping to hear her response from somewhere. But no one answered me. There are more and more elites, and the entire underground lab is about to collapse. Masna, get the commander out of here now! Without another word, Roy Masna activated the thrusters, and the mech lifted off the ground. A piercing alarm blared throughout the underground lab, and chaos erupted. The ground began to shake violently, and debris rained down from the crumbling ceiling. Although Roy Masna's mech looked bulky, she skillfully dodged the collapsing walls. Suddenly, a metal beam fell from the sky, heading straight to our position. Hold on tight. Roy Masna activated the mech's propulsion module. I felt like I was sitting on the wing of a jet, the airflow cutting across my face like a knife. I clung tightly to Roy Masna's arm. If I wasn't careful, I'd be thrown into a large, red glowing pit below, be buried underground in Lviv with the elites. I can't dodge! Seeing the metal beam was about to hit us, Roy Masna suddenly turned the mecha 180 degrees and caught the beam with her other arm. The metal crashed against the mecha with a loud bang, and a notable crack immediately appeared on the mecha. I knew if it was just Roy Masna in this mecha, she would have easily dodged it, but she chose to take the impact herself to protect me. The mecha suddenly plunged downwards. Then I heard a rapid roaring of its thrusters. Roy Masna's arm strained, flipping the several ton heavy beam and sending it into the abyss. System alert, mech left arm damage, sensors failed, firing system inoperable. A loud system alerted sounded in my ears through the mech. With that Roy Masna, she was still expressionless, but I could tell the severity of the situation from the frequently flashing orange light reflected on her face. The falling debris increased, and the elites climbing up from below began to swarm us recklessly. The mech shot through the collapsing debris like an arrow from a bow. But due to the impact just now, Roy Masna's reaction time was clearly slowed. Several pieces of debris flew towards us, and without a second thought, I pulled out my pistol and shattered one of them. However, two pieces of debris still hit the mech's head at high speed, making a dull thud. Are you alright? Left visual system damaged. I just heard from Roy Masna that the mecha's visual system is connected to the unique Wolf's Eye, a Task Force Defy members. This is what makes Defy so much more powerful than ordinary dolls. If the visual system is damaged, that means Roy Masna's firepower will be greatly reduced. As I helped Roy Masna fight off the elites trying to jump onto her mecha from the platform, my mind raced, trying to think of a way for us to escape from the underground safely. Girls, can you provide backup? We need to go about another 50 meters. Commander, can you connect with me? Of course. What do you need me to do? Visual system and aim system are offline. I need to manually aim at the enemy. I need you to be my eyes. Eyes? But the action is too poor this way. I trust you. He's like, alright, I'm game. Then how could I possibly say no? To avoid being caught, Roy Masna's mecha was still moving at full speed. I lifted my head from the strong airflow and started calling out targets for her. Lab direction, bearing 000. Elevation 30 degrees, distance 20 meters, 2 elites. That's a low confession in my eyes. Roy Masna, following the coordinates I called out, precisely shot down 2 elites with her cannon. Seeing her hit the target so accurately, I suddenly gained confidence. Second floor platform, bearing 210. Elevation negative 5 degrees, distance 35 meters. Directly below, 30 degrees vertical angle. Distance very close. Void Monster kept firing, and we got closer and closer to the position where Groza and the others could support us. Front and left. Too late! An Elite looked up and landed on Monster's leg. As her body suddenly dropped, more Elite began to jump onto her mech. I looked up anxiously. We were less than 10 meters from the rendezvous point Groza and the others mentioned. We're close. We're close. Increase the thruster power. Alba, catch the commander. What? Before Alba could answer, Void Monster's arm suddenly dropped. Then I only felt my body lighten. Void Monster used all of her strength to throw me out on the underground lab full of Elites. Commander! Alba rushed forward and caught me. The doll's strength absorbed most of the impact. She held me as we rolled a few times on the ground before finally landing safely. I looked down into the hole, but Void Monster was already gone. Groza, get ready. Be prepared to run with Void Monster at any moment. Almost a minute passed, and there is still no sign of Void Monster below. But I don't believe Void Monster would give up so easily. I don't believe Void Monster would fall like this. A mass explosion was accompanied by a powerful gust of air. A series of dull rumbles followed, as if something had been ignited, setting off the sewer gas and reducing the entire Chiloveig research facility to ashes. Alba tackled me to the ground, shielding me from the blast's heat, but I couldn't be bothered with that now. I looked back at the opening, hoping something would appear. A familiar voice finally came through the communicator, after the hot air from the explosion dissipated. The battered mecha finally flew out of the hole and landed unsteadily on the ground. I'm sorry, Commander. I'm going down to detonate the underground lab to completely stop the Elite from spreading into Lviv. So I have to find a way to get you a safe place first. But this way, we don't have any evidence to prove Predatory's evil deeds. It's alright, Commander, as long as you're alive and well, that is enough to shake the most crucial evidence. Alba walked over to me and whispered in my ear. But, Commander, trust us. Believe that someone is still working to contain the relics. You? You mean Misha? Alba nodded. In that case, why did you have public claim to have left StateSec? We have indeed separated from the government in name. That is an indisputable fact. Like you, we also accepted an agreement, just with different content. Task Force Defy is no longer just a special operations unit. For the past 10 years, we have been searching for and giving new meaning to this name. Although we can't fully disclose it to you now, one day, at the right time, we will definitely have the opportunity to tell you the full meaning of the name Defy. We talk too much about personal matters. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Commander, given your special status, you may have a difficult time ahead. But please remember, Defy will always be on your side, from beginning to end. Just as Angelia once did. I looked at Alba in confusion. She gave me a calm and confident smile, then said no more. Ah, fuck. In a daze, I was reminded of their commander from 10 years ago. The person who truly made the name Task Force Defy an irreplaceable symbol. The sun rose once again over Lviv. Long night had finally passed, ushering in a poignant dawn. The vines that had previously grown rampant throughout the city had disappeared. The survivors looked at the devastated city with bewildered expressions, as if they didn't know what had happened. But the buildings and various facilities destroyed by the vines still silently told the story of what happened that night. Commander, Monster Squad arranged an escape route while you were fighting. Next, leave it to... Diane's words were cut short by a loud buzzing sound. It was followed by the sound of running and an armored vehicle approaching. Yeah, I knew it was Javier coming in. The next moment, at least a dozen crosshairs were locked on me and his subordinates around me. Commander, it's been a while. A familiar voice sounded from behind me. It was Javier. It was that fuckhead Javier! Also, to your question, no, I have not pulled on Kukai's skin. I wasn't planning on getting in the first place anyways. You'll be surprised what happens next. Stop vague posting! Oh my god. Commander, it's been a while. I turned around. Javier walked towards me from behind, the guns pointed at me. Mr. Javier, what's the meaning of this? I apologize for our reunion. I apologize for our formal reunion having to be like this. To ensure an orderly evacuation of residents, the entire city of Lviv is now under the complete control of the NAMFA and the 7th District Central Army Group. Don't worry, the citizens have all been evacuated. This message contained near the Gerard headquarters. Yeah, no one saw that giant monster thing on top of a tower. We're just like the DCEU. What about the collapse particle contamination? Particle contamination? Lviv is a white young city. It's incredibly clean, you know? I looked at the surrounding soldiers. They weren't wearing protective masks, and I didn't see the intermittent green that appears when particles are dispersed. The hell? Anyway, Commander, we finally have time to talk about you. Me? Predators have practically hollowed out the underground of Lviv, and yet you still make things difficult for me. Is this the attitude of the UNT government? Oh shit. Calm down, we don't need to blame you. It's just that, as someone with a questionable identity, appearing in such a sensitive situation requires a reasonable explanation. I'd like someone to explain to me why Paradis, which should have collapsed 10 years ago, is still brazenly conducting this kind of large-scale relic experiment underground in Lviv. Why are you so certain that this incident was orchestrated by Paradis behind the scenes? Commander, we have evidence. You can give it to me now. I would give you satisfactory results, just like before. Mr. Javier, if it were really like before, you would never have pointed a gun at my head at a time like this. Nor would you need me to hand over evidence before you'd agree to investigate Paradis. Javier glanced meaningfully around, then his gaze returned to my face. He waved his hand, and the surrounding soldiers moved their guns away from their faces, or from our faces. Commander, trust is mutual. What do you mean? We found you at the site of the Readthrough summit through surveillance investigation. There, you seem to have had inappropriate contact with some people. Some people? Who are you referring to? For example, the main suspect of this incident, and the person in charge of the Eden Project, Mr. Oleg, the current chairman of the Girard Group. Oleg? What, Girard? What are you talking about? I haven't seen... Wait, the person in charge of the Eden Project? Who? Oleg? That's correct. Although he's just a puppet pushed to the forefront, it doesn't mean he's as innocent in this incident as he's appeared. Afterward, we found you at the launch site of this experiment, which was capable of destroying all of Lviv. Javier's lie was so clumsy, it felt like he was trying to brush me off. I've never been to the summit, nor have I ever met Oleg. The person who contacted him was Kruger, and he died after that. He wouldn't even mention Orpheline's name. This approach isn't new, and it fits their consistent style, but something's not right. Although I haven't had contact with him for 10 years, from our previous communications in this meeting, I know that Javier hasn't changed much. He is good at twisting facts and presenting a superficial truth to the public, but when facing me, an insider, he wouldn't treat me like a fool. Instead, he will offer appropriate bargaining chips that are hard to refuse. Forcing a fabricated fact on me and then force me to submit is not his style. So... what about Orphelia? Name yourself? That's probably not the right translation. Before I said who? Who was that? Javier's expression didn't change much, which wasn't surprising given his cunning nature. But his confusion was genuine. He didn't know who Orphelia was. He also doesn't know who Orphelia is. What is going on? It's as if no one but me remembers that Orphelia even exists. Finding Helena and investigating the truth of the Eden Project is a mission given to me personally by Mr. Kruger. So whether it's contacting the person in charge of the Eden Project or delving into Paradis' underground lab, it's all just... Commander, I understand your actions. But what you're saying is irrelevant to those in charge. The important thing is, you crossed the line. Although you stopped Oleg from starting his evil plan, just like 10 years ago, you did something you shouldn't have. Just like 10 years ago, I'm here to remind you and to help you. As long as you hand Helena over to me, all of your suspicious activities in Lviv these past 2 days can be written off. So Javier, the mission I received is to hand Helena over to Nampa. I can represent Kruger to receive her. Then please have him tell me that. He's not willing to be the bad guy. See, I have to play bad cop again. But you know in your heart that my request is the request of the Namfa. I want to know, how will you handle Helena afterwards? Can you really, as you promised me before, just use her as a piece of evidence in the accusation against the Gerard group? Of course. Mr. Javier, can you swear on your honor to guarantee Helena's safety? I detected a brief hesitation in Javier's tone. For me, who had known and worked with him for 10 years, that momentary hesitation was enough to say everything. Another pretty lie, is it? Commander, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but... Javier, let me talk to the commander. Behind Javier, a soldier handed him a communicator. Javier showed a troubled expression, frowned, but held the communicator up to me. The cold voice sounded again through the communicator. I looked at Javier. Perhaps because of the owner of the voice, for the first time in so many years, he couldn't look at me in the eye. I understood everything at once. Hold on. You finally appeared. I knew it. Oh shit. Oh man. Let's make this quick. Commander, about that question from 10 years ago. I'll give you one more chance to answer. Tell me your choice, and I can promise you everything you desire. Including the Helena you just mentioned repeatedly. I can put you in charge of everything behind this. The hedgehog or the fox? Which side do you choose? I choose neither side. It's been 10 years. Have you not grown up at all? It is precisely because it has been 10 years and nothing has changed that I understand your lies even more deeply. This time, it's not about running away, but about realizing the world of my ideals. Earl, your ideals have strayed from the path. A flawed process would not yield a correct result. How arrogant. Yes, very arrogant. But I will not hesitate to do this. Then, in my opinion, you've already made your choice. Through the communicator, the commander issued the final order. Javier, I hope you reconsider. Do it. The responding soldiers raised their guns again. Javier looked at me and tapped his cane firmly on the ground. Do it. The investigation into the serious violent incident that occurred in Lviv 3 days ago has not concluded. According to military sources, a group of terrorists, along with several unaffiliated armed dolls, engaged in a fierce firefight with the military in the city center. Okay, so this is what happened. Yeah. Alright, they got branded as terrorists, resulting in injuries to several soldiers. After military reinforcements arrived, the armed dolls began to retreat by helicopter. It is reported that during the evacuation, the terrorist leader, suspected to be the commander of the doll unit, was seriously injured but still managed to escape. Currently, the military has sealed off the city's main entrances and exits and is conducting a citywide search. The investigation shows that this group of terrorists had caused a small-scale violent incident in LVL-13 Satellite City on the eve of this event, but it was quickly suppressed by local security forces. The authorities have now released a physical description of the terrorist leader and are urging citizens to report any relevant clues to the police immediately. I gritted my teeth against the sharp pain in my abdomen, sat up, and turned off the radio broadcast. Then I looked down and saw that blood was seeping slightly through the gauze. Rosa saw I was awake and quickly came to my side. Commander, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? Does your wound still hurt? I'm alright. I covered my stomach so Groza wouldn't see the bleeding wound. Yeah, Mailing went overtime for 3 days straight and finally finished maintaining everyone's frames. Monsoon Squad sustained the most severe damage. It might need some core components replaced. We originally planned to resupply at the repair station near the nearest purification zone. But given the current situation, I can only contact Polonitsa first to procure some replacements. Yes. Let's do that now. I didn't expect the soldiers to be such bad shots. Apparently. Guy Javier. I recall the scene after Javier tapped the ground with his cane. The eyes of the Spanish soldiers changed quickly, subtly. I used this opportunity to have Monsoon Squad throw smoke grenades. In the chaos, we escaped onto the helicopter that came to pick us up. Although, unfortunately, I still got shot in the abdomen. Okay, so Javier gave him the smallest possible opening he could, with the smallest distraction. So yeah, Javier is still playing double sides. Yeah. By the way, how are Alba and Boy Masuna? They've gone out to scout. Right now, both the security units and bounty hunters are looking for us. I never thought we bounty hunters would become the bounty one day. I sighed and fell back into the bed, as if giving up. Rosa patted my hair to comfort me. Ah, wife time! By the way, Groza, there's something I need to ask you. What is it? Can you help me get some information regarding Orphelia? The one I mentioned. This is how we become Variegas. I want to know. Actually, Commander, after I got back, I already looked for you. How did it go? You should see for yourself. Rosa handed me a few thin sheets of paper. This it? Yes. This is all I could find. I glanced at the documents in my hand. It's clear that Rosa did her best to gather information about Orphelia for me from various places. But the content is still not very extensive. Because Orphelia's resume was not as rich as I remembered. The very first line of the document contained a piece of news that shocked me. Orphelia Gerard, the only daughter of Oleg, the current chairman of the direct group, tragically lost her life in a Frankfurt incident 10 years ago. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I've had many theories. How can this be? But this fact was still beyond my imagination. I looked at this line of text, and my heart couldn't calm down for a long time. I suddenly remembered the words a girl named They finally said the name. I still remember the words a girl named Lunacia said to me during the Frankfurt incident 10 years ago. And those other worlds she showed me. Those countless possibilities, pulled by blue butterflies and interwoven with thousands of threads. Nirvana. Well, hey, Commander, there's one more thing. Rosa looked like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. What's going on? You have a new message. I'm not sure if I should let it in. A message? Who's it from? It's an encrypted frequency. At a time like this, I don't dare to connect easily. Got it. I'll take it. I asked Groza to leave the voice message for me. After Groza left, I looked at the message and hesitated for a long time. At a few minutes later, with a beep, the voice message began to play. Commander, it's Kalina. I know it's not a good time, but I still want to contact you as soon as possible. Commander, you can't be a terrorist. I believe you're innocent. There's anything I can do to help. Please contact me immediately. The restaurant you promised to let me choose. Ooh. A chaotic and noisy sound of collisions and footsteps can be heard in the audio file of the message. Counselor Kalina, your actions have seriously violated the highest military law of the UNNC. Please surrender your weapons immediately and raise your hands. The message was abruptly cut off. That was a warning. Yeah, that was a warning. That was definitely the Earl doing his thing.
Karina.
Why are we seeing this guy? I don't care about you. The Gerard Screw's final legacy, finally in my hands. Who is this guy again? Zimmerman admired the third-generation doll in front of him with satisfaction. At this moment, she was suspended in midair, her limbs fixed by precise metal arms, as if nailed to an invisible cross. Igla's torso was opened, revealing the complex structure within. Several data cables snaked out from her open chest cavity, connecting to the surrounding data receivers. The only part of her body that could move, her eyeballs, darted around frantically, as if searching for something. Her vocal module was already damaged, so she could only utter unintelligible syllables. Sis. She remembers. Well, I forgot to turn off her sound modules. Zimmerman pressed a button. Iglo's voice disappeared. Are you satisfied with this gift? You have not disappointed me, Mr. Zimmerman. From now on, the Fobbin Group is our close strategic partner. A pleasure doing business with you. Mr. Zimmerman, you're in a good mood today, aren't you? It is indeed rare. You can leave after you file all the board meeting documents. Understood, Mr. Zimmerman. Zimmerman walked out of the magnificent and enormous office, leaving only the secretary diligently organizing the documents. After a moment, she placed the last document in the folder, closed the cabinet door, and clapped her hands. Today's work was really busy. At the Orlok Financial Conglomerate headquarters, a woman who looks like a secretary has just finished her day's work, stands up and stretches. Then she picked up the phone and dialed a number. Oh my, I didn't expect you to all be home so early today. Well, what do you want for dinner tonight? How about a filet mignon with borscht? Okay. I'll add your favorite bacon. Escargot? I've finished all my work for today, so I probably won't be working overtime. You guys just wait for me at home. After hanging up the phone, the secretary sighed helplessly. She sat back down in her chair and tapped away at the keyboard. Those two are really a handful. Was it her who called? Can't you help us with the trouble we got into for helping you escape, Commander? I thought she'd be angry. Maybe because it's you, Commander. Or perhaps the organization decides not to pursue the matter. After all, protecting the Commander is also one of our missions. We do it even without a mission. Perhaps. However, the timing of our contact with the Commander, it was much earlier than planned by the organization. This is better. The Commander does need us. Paradeus is very strong. The setback from 10 years ago doesn't seem to have affected Paradeus for a foundation. The current situation is not just a struggle between the fox and the hedgehog on the surface. There's also the game of the tiger and the elephant behind them. I don't like this either. But faced with a complex situation, we must learn to use weapons other than guns. What I didn't expect was the Earl would personally intervene against the Commander. If it weren't for the organization, they probably wouldn't have given in so easily. I don't understand. Isn't this part of your plan? Alva was silent for a moment. She was not used to or good at thinking about these conspiracies and schemes. Fortunately, she once had a familiar partner who was better at these things than anyone else, whom she could imitate. I don't know what will happen next, but the murkier the water, the more it benefits us. Most importantly, since the other side had already played their trump card, it's time for our ace to show himself. But before that, we may have to go through a difficult period. Looking at Voight Monster's expression, Alba smiled gently. Yeah, we must know. We have gotten used to it. With that, Alba lowered her head, her gaze resting gently on the files on her desk. She murmured softly, her firm voice filled with trust in that person. Hold on, Commander, until the moment of light arrives. Concept art? Okay. So I guess this is what they would consider end of Arc 1.
When the last night's falling, Dago melts in desert and despair. Left behind the world of silence, and no one night or dark to see. Why do I walk towards to the end of nameless tears dropping? I hear the praying from ashes, though. What can I offer to give who doesn't know hopes? I can't turn back and pretend I am blind.
More. Okay. The shadowless lamp in the operating room was blindingly bright. Chiloveig felt a wave of dizziness. I was expecting something, a follow-up to that. Every joint, every muscle, every bone in her body made her feel a strange kind of pain. But she was still alive. No, that's not right. Is she really still alive? This body. Is it really still her? No. I can't make a sound. I can't feel anything physical either. My body is so heavy, yet it feels like I'm floating in a void. Oh, you're finally awake. I haven't done this kind of surgery in a while. I thought it had failed. Fishing out the last bit of consciousness from the deep sea and pouring it into this new body is no easy task. Get used to this new body. And then, everything you saw in Nirvana. Tell me all of it, down to the last detail. Meanwhile, Orphelia didn't know when she had woken up. She returned to this strange yet incredibly familiar place, but she couldn't remember how she got here. The last memory of her and Chiloveig merging into the deep sea of the streaming consciousness. I don't know how it's DC now because it was called the Lake of Consciousness in Ghost Light 1. Interchangeable. Just as she was peacefully sinking, someone grabbed her. Who was it? That memory was faded like scattered smoke and dust. And now she felt as if she were still drifting in a deep sea, rising and falling with the silent waves. She could feel light penetrating the waves, the water's surface, shining upon her, warm and vicious. Can I keep sleeping like this forever? Orphelia felt it was time for her to wake up. So she opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her eyes as if covered by some strange lens, presenting a bizarre and distorted shape. The only thing she could clearly see was the reflection of the dome in the space when she looked up. She looked at the reflection in disbelief. It's her. Come on! That's a major blue ball right there. Finally. Okay, so just to break it down, William managed to pull Chiloveig out of the lake of consciousness and gave her a new body. And since Chiloveig saw everything, just pretty much everything, or not everything, she saw enough. So now she can divulge everything to William, so that means William can forward his plan. We now know the commander has complete immunity to any world-altering changes. And we don't know who taught the Chiloveig. It is safe to assume it is Dunatia. The commander is a constant. I would rather say he's the anchor. Wonder how long a conflict with Griffin is going to last. Eh. So 2 people remember Orphelia. The commander and Igla. We can assume Igla because she's a 3rd gen doll and she's basically connected to she has some slight connection to Nirvana because she probably would count as a key, like how Sextons would. And yeah, Kalina was captured. And that's a big deal. Man, Kalina really is our ride or die chick. And yeah, we are also connected to Nirvana as well. Also, Helena's not here. She left Nirvana and she found the commander, but then she disappeared. I'm wondering if that's because the world was altered. and she got put into a different place. He got M forward. Javier thought we had Helena though. Well, apparently we don't. So, yeah. Oh, she did? I must have missed that part. Yeah, I probably just missed that part then. Can we just get the global? Yeah. I promise you, all of the complaints about the story will end once this comes out. Every girl that falls for Commander inside Nirvana. I think Sexton's is with the air. Because William is alive. I'm glad that was finally confirmed. William is not only alive, but he is active. And yes, the Earl showed up too. Okay. Alright. I am going to apologize about my reaction to the Earl showing up. I don't know what happened there. I was like, this motherfucker. Like, I just had the most visceral reaction. I was one with the commander at that point. I don't know why. It just happened. That was gold, what you mean? I don't know who voices the Earl, but yeah, he sounded very not menacing, but very mature. It's Eisen? Oh, actually that makes a lot of sense. The commander was wrong about killing William? He's probably not wrong. He probably did kill William. I voiced the Earl. Yeah, he probably did kill William. But this is Girls Frontline. Things happen. Sometimes people don't die when they are killed. And that organization, any theories? Well, they're bringing in a lot. I won't say that much. They brought in a lot of references. So maybe not. I mean, I really want to connect the Phi to Reverse Collapse because we're very close to that happening. So it may be like that organization may be connected to the AU, but like it's like a branch of the AU, you know, and maybe something like that. Yeah, which is why I say it's a branch of the AU, not the AU itself. You know what I mean? It could be a connection that leads us to that point. Did I miss William being CVT? That hasn't happened in Ghost Online 1 yet. The event tickets. I'll do it. I'll do it. I want to talk. Fine, fine. Jeez. There. Are still trying to help the commander at this point? Yes. Do you think this could recontextualize the tanker incident? I think everything is on the table because we just went through a timeline alteration. So, let's roll it back to Frankfurt now. So, originally, Orphelia died, but somehow Orphelia was able to reach Nirvana after her death. And Helena was like, well, basically Helena altered the timeline so that she didn't actually die. I suppose the question here is, how did Orphelia go from getting shot to hell by missiles to reaching Nirvana? That usually doesn't happen. The power of Chris. That would mean Orphelia was a natural key like Lunacia. That'd be weird though. Like, just saying, like, if she was a natural key, that would mean she would have to be a fully immune individual. But if she was a fully immune individual, that would come with some major discrepancies, some major setbacks. Like, people actually want to experiment on her. Now, it could be that her dad just didn't give a fuck. That could have happened. You think it may have been just a pure accident? Just a pure anomaly? Was the original Nation fully immune? Yeah, she was. And yeah, I do know about the gate opening, but that... So here's the thing. We now know that this happened during the first attack. So, for all intents and purposes, they just confirmed that they retconned the Frankfurt incident. But it was retconned in a way where everything still makes sense. It's just that this wasn't revealed in Ghost Frontline 1. So there may not be like a part 2 attack, actually. There was the airstrike, and then during the airstrike, the gates were already open. Yeah, they retconned correctly. The whole deductive Ghost Frontline 1? Yeah, you did. And I agreed. Needs to stop the drugs. They fixed the plot hole now? I would say there wasn't necessarily a plot hole, but there was a lot missing that was needed for Ghost Frontline 1 to connect to Ghost Frontline 2. And now we have a pretty good connection. Not everything is connected yet. Like, we still need to know about Lentine, who hasn't came back in forever, by the way. And actually, there's something new now. There's a new question. When did the commander actually reach Nirvana? Because he was also a person that reached Nirvana, just like Orphelia. Now, my theory, with knowing what happened with Orphelia, I'm starting to think maybe Commander actually did die in that tank explosion. Maybe he actually did die in that, but then he just said fuck death and came back. Yeah, he might have actually died in a tank. Garrett just waited to see. It's so back. Possibly, Longtran. Well, no, he can't, because William didn't see. He doesn't remember Nirvana, or rather, since he doesn't remember Nirvana, he's never been to Nirvana before. So he probably didn't use Nirvana to revive himself. Or to cheat death, I should say. Major query, where's William? We don't know. He's in some lab somewhere. Doing William things. Lady Elegant remembers. Yeah, I guess we can call her Lady Elegant. There's a possibility Lunacia saved William too, because she does love him. It's possible. But I'm thinking, based on everything that we've learned so far, if William does not know Nirvana himself, then he never made it to Nirvana, which means he probably didn't die. Or rather, yeah, he probably didn't die. And he wasn't revived that way. This is timeline jumping, as in, hold on. As in, Commander has to make it back to his OG timeline, or timeline merging. It's timeline alteration. The timeline is correcting itself. So, I wonder if I can go like this way. So I'm going to explain how the commander works theoretically. I hope these are translated. That way I don't have to pull up the global version. I think it was here. Yeah. So, I don't know if this is still a thing, because Rita hasn't been here in a while, but in case you guys haven't read this yet, Rita is connected to Nirvana somehow. She's an agent of Lunacia. And Wien, okay, that's weird. For example, what we're in right now is this is a simulated world that Lunacia created. And she created a world where the commander could have a quote-unquote good life. But this commander was too aware of himself, and he knew that this world was not the real world. So, the way how this works is, this commander that Rita decided to call the linchpin is the anchor to this current world. So, if he dies, then this world disappears. So Parita kills the commander here because the commander wanted to die because he knew that he wasn't supposed to exist. So Parita kills him, and the world disappears, and it turns into a mass simulation. And this is Parita leaving this world and going back to the real world. That's a lot of work. I know. There's a lot of stuff to connect here. So presumably, based on everything we're seeing right now, the commander in the real world should act the same way. He should be the anchor that Lunacia is using to keep the timeline the way it should be. Basically, Lunacia is saying, if the commander dies, then fuck this world, we're going to another one. Okay, we can skip this now because I already need to show. Rick. So that's my current theory. Again, I don't know if they actually changed anything regarding that, but since Preetha hasn't shown up at all yet, I'm assuming that's what this is. The reason why the commander knows everything, why he remembers Orphelia. Nah, that's Freeman. The reason why the commander knows everything, why he remembers Orphelia, why he knows about Nirvana and everything, is because he is the anchor of the current world. She shows up when you know you're 50-50. The pro tag. The funny part is that he does call himself the protagonist of Frankfurt. This is his brain playing the game. Goes in Steak like, yes, she was. They never talked though. I mean, I think they met once. Yeah, they met once, but it was very brief. I think it was just for like a weapons check or something like that. Is timeline re-editing itself? You know what? I asked Walter. I read that as timeline redditing. Lunatius of redditors, just complaining about the timeline, saying, "Man, I wish it was this way instead." The Reddit mod. Yeah. Like, Preetha right now is in like a very weird spot. Like, she shows up during the intro, but we don't know if the intro is canon or not. She shows up, kind of shows up in the story as like a ghost, more or less. And then she has this weird thing with the simulated world that hasn't happened yet in the main story. Wouldn't Jetty be more guilty of being a Redditor? A Reddit mod? Yeah, more than likely, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Oh, Jetty's a Discord mod. The whole thing is wild? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I can understand why everyone is confused. Especially in regards to the commander, because this is all new information. But in regards to the Nirvana rewriting itself, that really depends on who is using the Nirvana. In this case, right now, it should be Lunatia. It's very likely that the one who was talking to Chiloveig and saying that she's a dumbass bitch was probably Lunatia herself. But since she never showed up, we can't guarantee that. So, in regards to Jeff D, because I know this is kind of weird, because if we go by what Jeff D did, she kind of played the game on hard mode, to be completely honest. because she actually had to jump from point to point and then learn about everything, and then she can only fix what she could physically fix with her own 2 hands. The fact of the matter is that Lunacia is way more powerful than Jeopardy. That's just, right now, that's just straight up what it is right now. Lunacia has way more control over Nirvana than Jeopardy does. Based on everything I see, that's the only conclusion that I can come up with. Like, we don't see Jeopardy ever creating new worlds. Especially when you account for Project Net, which I don't know if that's canon or not, or if it's regarded as canon at this point. But it does show there that Lunacia is literally creating simulated worlds on a complete whim. What happened to Deadline during all of that? I'm pretty sure she's safe. She just limits her appearances. I'm pretty sure Dandelion is one of those people who's probably also immune to timeline changes, because that would just make sense. Yeah, it's because that line is connected to Lunacia. That one just makes sense. That merchant import gave Lunacia power by being able to process it all like an AI. More than likely, yeah. It's very hard to make a comparison in terms of like how much raw, quote-unquote, processing power that Jeopardy has compared to M4, but M4 has like a lot of baggage. She had like a lot going for her, and that was even before she merged with the original Lunacia inside Nirvana. It's interesting that hold on, I just scrolled up. It's interesting Commander and Deadline have an agreement to not talk about what actually happened in Frankfurt. Probably because that would involve timeline fuckery. Just based on what just happened, what happened in Frankfurt was not supposed to happen. It was probably because of that. Right now, it's very hard to know what's going on with AR-15. Thinking about it, this may also make the AR team stance on what was going on with them make more sense as well. because RO said that M4 is still missing. So if that is the work of a timeline alteration, then maybe she actually truly does believe that she's still missing and not just gone. Yeah, the Earl. Yeah, the Earl needs to get fucked up. Like he took our human waifu, our human wife. That's not going to stand. Anything about him that I was talking about? Oh, you mean Misha? That's Daysec. Apparently, Daysec is doing things that the URNC is not privy to. Are you the fox or the hedgehog? If I had to choose, I'd rather just be a cat. The entire team will be back now since the agreement isn't void. Yeah, the agreement is just dead now. 1,000,000%. What's that, fox or hedgehog again? Okay, let me see if I remember off the top of my head. So it's a story that the Earl said when the commander and the Earl first met. Because the commander was wondering, cat girl here. Because the commander was having issues with the Earl's methods, because the Earl said there is no way that the world can come together without not basically forcing it to happen through oppression and killing people who disagreed with it. And the commander's like, should we really be doing that? And the Earl said this story that it's actually a really strong quote. Let me just look it up. It's on my notes. You have to have notes to me. Okay, here it is. The hedgehog who serves absolute truth reduces the world to one organizing principle, raises his spines all over, and staunchly resists all other views. the cunning and mercurial fox rides the waves of tumultuous times, narrowing his eyes and discerning the discordant voices that can reshape the world. So the Earl then asks, "Are you the hedgehog or the fox?" So basically, the hedgehog is the one who gets rid of anything that goes against the absolute truth. Which is like, so if anyone goes against the URNC, they fucking die, more or less. And the fox is the one who lets everyone have their opposing views, but he simply chooses who are the ones that see the absolute truth, or rather, who are morally good, more or less. So basically, the hedgehog is the one who destroys all evil, and the fox is the one who sees who is morally good. So is the commander the one who will destroy all evil, or will he be the one who will find who is morally good? I choose the waifu. Also sort of appears in the Fallout New Vegas. I actually didn't know that because I don't play Fallout. I don't play the Fallout games. That's interesting. This is the only time I actually heard of that. Got the fursuits ready. I hope Commander's the one that ends all evil. He must be neither. But ultimately, he's kind of jumping between both sides at the moment. He's trying to find a third option. What's Commander going to do now while being wanted right now? He's going to hang out in the Yellow Zone like he always did. But with Kalina being captured, I'm pretty sure he's just going to mount up a rescue first. And then they'll just hide out in the Yellow Zone. Come after him hard. They should, I would say. The only thing is that Javier is still playing both sides, and that may play a huge role on how hard they go after the commander. Oh, what did they do to the That's a good question, actually. Because they were with Kruger. They're probably sticking with Kruger. Probably. The option is they go the KCCO route? Probably not. Because the KCCO's route is just opening Nirvana. So, probably not that. Man has to fight Sugar in the future? Probably not. He uses Pimp Cane. I think Sugar is going to be a Reverse Collapse exclusive. If there's a prototype of Sugar, probably not that either. Honestly, I don't think we are going to see strikes in Frontline 2. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, it's possible. I'm more than willing to eat my words, but I think strikes are going to be a thing only in Reverse Collapse. Just because of how powerful they are. And how much of a game changer they are. Oh, what's Persica gonna do? Honestly, I don't know. I know Persica at the moment, the most of her involvement at the moment is with not Linting, but Lainey. Yeah, for Reverse Collapse, they're very recent. And we also have to remember that there's a timeline where Strikes doesn't appear at all. So, you know, anything could happen, to be completely honest. We could even destroy the lab where Strikes were being built before they actually come online. The PNC is so weird because they announced it such a long time ago, but nothing's happened. But since... So it feels like that they completed Arc 1 here. And now we're at a point where things can finally happen all the time. There should not be like any more like extreme downtime, if you know what I mean. That shouldn't happen anymore. I'm gonna hope at this point the character stories will act more like things that we would see from Nikita's story or Lynn's story, where every character story is like that. It gives us important information every single time. No more filler patches, more or less, is what I'm saying. Depression trip, yeah. No more resorts, yeah. Yeah, they have hinted, well, Defy have hinted that the commander will have to go through the worst of it before good stuff happens. Another 10 arcs. We'll have to see. Yeah, there's still a lot more dolls that we need to meet up with. Oh, I guess I should say, I think it's best to assume that every single character story has happened before we got to Lviv, because the whole story behind that is, well, not every single one. Maybe not the Affinity stories, but the every single minor story, minor event happened before we went to Lviv, because the commander said that Namfa pulled some strings to loosen the agreement where the dolls couldn't meet with us. But now that's just completely shattered now. That's just gone. Yuhi can work either way. I don't think there's any problem with that. Yeah, I guess Frostfall Squad is a gray area. That could happen either way. Well, no. I think they're still on the way to the Viv during that time, right? So... yeah, that had to be before Lviv. Was Lainey picked up on the Elmo? During her event, no. I believe Lainey at the moment should be with Persica. When did Sabrina join the Elmo? Good question. Well, I remember Springfield called or through a message at Sabrina saying, "Hey, you can join the commander now," and then she just basically just teleported there. I don't know. Yeah, Mosin and the others were in Nikita's events. So they're in the same city, I believe. Sort of like tech doll just teleports. Yeah, I can't be too sure if they're nearby, but yeah, we should be getting to the point where basically all the dolls. Oh wait, I should say that shit was broadcasted everywhere about the commander being a terrorist. So I'm pretty sure if they're in a green zone or a white zone, I'm pretty sure every single doll that's not with the commander is basically sprinting over to the Elmo. Infinity War moment, yeah. And yeah, I think this is a good way. Like just because of that broadcast, it's gonna be very easy for them to just join the Elmo without much explanation. Because if they heard that, they're gonna be running there for sure. Which is another reason why I think we're going to get less filler patches. And more like actual story patches, even for minor events. That's just a guess. Obviously, they can do something different. But I imagine the story is going to be more focused going forward. That said, we also have to keep in mind that the URNC will definitely be aware of the Griffin dolls, and they're probably going to be attacking them as well. Or, yeah, attacking them, and probably trying to capture them. Just like how they did with Kalina. Yeah, for SBD, yeah. I liked her. I liked her design. And yeah, there's a list too. So that's what the Gerard group. So the Gerard group can also just try to round up the dolls as well. Yeah, that was in Nikita's, I believe. Nikita's story, where they mentioned that. I think the Griffin also come as a group. They're so scattered right now that I'm not sure that's possible. Like, reasonably possible. Yeah, AK-12 probably still has their Nito body, to be completely honest. It would be nice if DB-12 is next, but at the same time, she is... I believe she actually is captured at the moment. She was one of the few who were captured during the agreement, so I don't think she can just bolt out of there. Yeah, those that got deactivated too in Ghost Frontline 1. They got reactivated. Well, some of them did. I'm not sure everyone did. Oh yeah, Grizzly. They probably saw that too. It's very likely because the thing is that with Grizzly and her squad, they got rid of their fire control cores, and they became normal dolls. So it is possible that they saw that and they're like, "Give me the fire control core back! Where's my gun at?" Yeah, they said it in Tololo and Latara's story. Hellion won't stand by either. It's hard to tell how much power Hellion has at the moment. I think she just leads the PMC. She's not actually part of Namfa. I'm not too sure. AR-18 win. I would love to see AR-18. Do you think the Senquist doll saw the announcement? I would say very likely yes, but it's hard to tell what's going on with them because we got literally nothing at the moment. Besides, I think the single mention from Sop during Deep Oblivion, just to say, hey, the Senquist dolls exist still. Architects and terrorist list. Either way, you know how this game works. even if Ambassador dolls show up, they're not going to be playable all at once, you know? What happened to the Scar Sisters? Well, Ileana is still a big question mark, but in world, she's considered dead. Like, dead. Amaris, we don't have an update on her yet. And so as far as we know, she's just chilling and being gloomy still. Let's blow more shit up. Amaris is Stotzi, but that may not matter. Because you are an NC things. Yeah. Oh, I would love to see Stevens come back. I think Stevens is like the one doll I want to see like actually come back. Okay. All right, guys. I'm talked out. we did a lot of talking. I think I'm gonna end. Well, I think I am gonna end stream and get some food. This one was exciting. This was one of the longest after talks I had, I think, ever. Actually, this was really good. I guess we have to wait till I think it's next month. How long is this event? Okay. End of August. Yeah, so end of August. We'll get the we'll see what happens next. But yeah, this was peak stuff. We are so back officially. Alright guys. You take care. I'll see y'all next time.